for our Community Board meeting for Thursday, the 28th of September. We will just open, I'll ask Tyler to open our meeting with a here.
Kia ora. Ki te mahi me te ngāka o aha me te whakamahi I ngā pukenga me te mātauranga I roto I ngā wānanga me ngā whakatonga kia whakatūria ai te tahi hapore e matatika ana. E tū kotahi ana ka motu ka whakapiki anō I te oranga o tō tātou rohi, ka whakatau anō I ngā taki o te rohi I runga I te tika me te pono. We ask that through the board's discussions and decisions, the representatives elected may advocate on the behalf of the Islands-Whangaroa community with aroha, imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of the community and solves the community's problems efficiently and effectively.
So I will move straight into apologies. I have an apology from Lane Ear. I will move. Do I have a second? Thank you, Bruce. Close and support. Against? Carried. Do we have any conflicts of interest with any items on our agenda today? No one's conflicted. So we'll move on. We don't have anybody here that I'm aware of. Do we have anyone here to speak in our public forum section, or are you all here to speak on behalf of agenda items or deputations? Public. Public? Mm-hmm. Welcome, Tracy. Ooh. So where's the best place to stand, Casey? Oh, then they can run. This is Tracy Dalton, who's no stranger to many of us.
Tēnā e whanata, tēnā koe, te nema o te hapore hapore whaure, tēnā koutou. I'm Tracy Dalton, our manager for COVID. I need to give you a quick update. And the real reason is I just want to be recognised as you go through your processes when the LTP process proceeds in the next few months.
A presentation.
Oh, look, I've handed it out to you photocopied,
yep.
So I thought you could scribble on it. I'll try and keep it inside 5 minutes, so I won't go word for word.
So we're not looking at this. Yeah, I'll put it up there as well.
Islands-Whangaroa is a long-established bike trail, and it's one of the country's 23 great rides. These are the premier trails of the country, and they involve partnerships with local authorities and NV to co-fund the construction and development of these trails. So far to date, this relationship has allowed us to receive nearly $8 million from NV. That was construction and enhancements, but more recently it's been for 100% reinvestment for extreme weather events or vandalism. That was fantastic for us because it meant that this year we'll get $200,000 to do repairs on the cycle trail that don't fall on our tight budgets as a district. The key aims of the trails are to create jobs and stimulate economic benefits for a region. That's just a quick timeline, but basically in 2018 the council established the community trust, and so the operations and promotion of the trail is managed by the charitable trust. The trust has members nominated from the community, hapu and mana whenua, of the communities in the area adjacent to the trail. That means we have 14, and then they sit alongside 2 council-appointed trustees, currently Councillor Busich and Councillor benefits to the district, I'll just highlight trail towns. Many of the communities have seen the potential and have encountered many visitors. Small sole operation local businesses have been developed to support and welcome those visitors. The showcase I want to give for Trail Town is Hoiki, where a remote little rural community inside the Hokianga Harbour now owns 2 boutique accommodation businesses, one by a Māori trust in the area, and they're both managed by the local community. The local community have really taken ownership of Ganaki and hosting people in their community. And that took several years to happen because at first it was quite an invasive feeling for many people to have suddenly all these people turning up on boats. But their largest event is inviting everyone and the commemoration of the largest gathering of signing at the Tiriti of Waitangi back in February 13th. It's an annual event that they own and invite people. So it's a really unified coming together, collaboration between what council is supported because it owns this asset, a trust which can interact with the community and support the community doing their aspirations. During the lockdown of 2021, Great Roads did a survey and determined $950 million was spent in the regions around the country with over 2 million cycle trail users during that 1 year. Regionally, in the last month, we assessed that 73% of the online survey participants saying the reason for coming to the region was to ride the trail. The average of participants coming on the survey is that they stay for more than 3 nights. Total average spend is over $790. Economically, Pohirangatai has 40 local businesses providing services. We have a network where we promote and support their development. The showcase for them is Northland Experiences. They provide a high-end package, a 5-day tour. Despite the weather last year, they had 420 people on the trail. Their bookings for the 14 tours this summer are almost completely booked out. They employ 7 local people. They have an awesome reputation for providing that culturally rich experience that a lot of people need. The community uses the trail as well. We have an annual night ride at Matariki. Schools such as Kurakaupapa Māori or Kaikohe use the trail weekly. They see it as an outdoor classroom. Many locals use it for the well-being of walking. This was indicated during the lockdowns where our walking numbers actually increased. However, there were many changes during the pandemic, and the double impact for us was that there was a PGF-funded tourism project which was called NAX, Northland Adventure Experience, and it ended up with the cycle trail losing the section between Opua and Taunariki for 15 months. This sharp decline in activity resulted in some businesses hibernating and even the closure of work. We've all got our fingers crossed this summer, for a trouble-free season and a return for many visitors to the region. But we've made significant changes during that time. And you could put to that. A year ago, the former council agreed at the September meeting to investigate the design and costing of a permanent trail route inside the railway corridor between Taunariki and Auckland. To date, we have completed safety improvements on a temporary road route through the rural network of Ora Mahui and Whāngai roads into Kaikohe. The train's been operating since December to connect cyclists on that section between Opera and Kawakawa. And a lot of the visitors love that. It just adds to the experience, and it just shows us what the future holds if we can get these projects across the line. And the third thing we've been doing is the technical team has almost completed a resource consent application for the permit. So the next slide, it's just a quick indication of State Highway 11 and the Franklin Road intersection. There'll be a safety crossing provided in the next months. It's on the work list for the contractor, it's just timing. That'll be just to slow traffic down when buttons are pushed by cyclists and walkers, school kids wanting to catch buses, to flash like they do outside the Wātea subdivision. I'm here just to ask for your support through the long-term plan process. Thank you for your time, and I can be contacted if anyone's got any questions. You've got my contact details. Was it inside 5 minutes? Not bad.
Round to 12. Next up, we have a deputation from Morel.
Yeah.
Just while you're setting up for that,
Yeah.
just for the courtesy for those in the room, we'll just go around and introduce ourselves so you know exactly who we are and where we're from. I'll start over here with Councillor Paul.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Anne Court. I am the councillor appointed to the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. It is wonderful to see so many people here at the meeting this morning. Thank you so much for coming.
Morena, my name's Tyler Bamber. I'm the Waipapa representative for the board.
Yes, good morning. I'm Bruce Mills and I represent the Whangaroa subdivision.
Morena, Kim Hammond, the community board coordinator for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa board.
On the board, my subdivision area is Tahi Waitangi and I'm chairing the meeting today.
My name's Claudia Beresford. I'm a democracy advisor, so I'm here to just assist in running off.
Morning, I'm Amy, one of the members of the community board for Kirikiri subdivision.
Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Jane Hindle and I'm from Russell Kororaraka, Haupua and
Morena, my name's Roddy Hart, Te Pima, I'm the account member for the Whangaroa subdivision.
And kia ora everyone, my name is Catherine, I'm a funding advisor for Farnham District Council.
Kia ora. Casey Gavin, Democracy Services Manager for Farnham District Council, here to support our lovely new democracy advisor, Claudia Beresford, and obviously support our community board and yourselves if there's anything that you need, let us know. As long as it's not your presentation.
I can see you're still looking.
I'm Aidan Lewis.
Thank you, everybody.
And kia ora, I'm Robin Lawson. I'm the parts leader.
Okay, so that's how we start with elected members. Sorry, Lorelle. Are we all sorted?
Perfect timing. You just need the little light on button.
It's warming up again.
Oh, it's warming up.
Reminding our members who are in the room. But you can,
Okay. Yes, Koto, my name's Lorelle Douglas. And was probably one of the businesses affected by COVID. Gallery for 7 years income. And was also part of the Tohonga project construction, and so I've been around a little while. I'm here today to support Tracy really, and also the Kawakawa and Oakville communities with heading and tie cycle trail realigned along the corridor. I currently am the general manager for Kitariki, which is a joint venture between the Bay of Islands Vintage Railway and so we are, I guess, one of the final outcomes of the NATS project, which is an experience project. We're an operating entity that was part of the funding to move, I guess, a charitable trust into a new space in terms of business model and the future. So part of my job is to complete the projects that we've got in process. We are
very patient. Lots of people things now.
This is a beautiful shot if you haven't done it of Gabriel the steam engine with the train going over the Tamariri River. We've restored the Long Bridge and got over halfway back to Oakville with the restoration of the railway. So it's pretty significant. It's a regionally significant wetland through there as well. The corridor itself is 60 metres wide, so it is quite a wide piece of land that goes through to Oakville. You could just go to the next slide. In terms of Kitariki, just so you know, we have about 22 staff currently. We'll be bringing on another 24 in February. Once we can't start construction in April for the next stage of the restoration of the railway. We have been on hold for 1 year, which was to accommodate the design and planning process with the cycle trail and try and align our projects, because obviously it's much more efficient to do two projects together. We've got machinery, equipment, and guys all in there, and it makes sense to do it at the same time. So that was one of the things. The second thing was funding. We got 5.6 million through the Provincial Fund. This year we've got another 2 million confirmed, and we have got larger applications in for, let's just say approximately 6 million to complete the project at the Oakville end, which will see a 2-minute platform, cycleway, cafe, visitor experience, but we would like it to be more around the environmental kaupapa. We really want to make the whole corridor between Kawakawa and Oakville a biodiversity corridor, which is all about environment, wetland, planting. There's some really unique here wildlife in there, and lizards as well, little lizards. So that's us. We've got a lot of volunteers as well. We've got 46 volunteers at the moment, and we also part of our project is restoring the Minerva, which used to be parked up the road here, and now is in Oakville at the Colenso, the Oakville estate. We're restoring that vessel, which is a 1910 steamboat. So the experience is steam train to steamboat with integrated transport with cyclists, kayaks, waka, a whole lot of experiences that come off that corridor that we really want to encourage and develop with the community. This is just a quick overview of those projects. So the rail infrastructure itself is a track restoration, 13 kilometres, 13 bridges, 1 tunnel, so it's a pretty massive infrastructure project. Rolling stock, we've got 6 diesel engines, a whole lot of carriages, a couple of steam engines in production, turning tables and platforms at Oakville and station at Kawakawa. We also built a new training facility in Kawakawa and an engineering workshop. So we're just now appointing new staff that will manage those, and we have a significant project, a couple $1 million with MSD training equipment. So it's pretty massive. It's how can we use the assets better and make the most of those amazing engineering workshops. So that's a big part of it. Obviously, again, we've got the cycle trail in there and the Minerva. This is really just talking about the integrated experience. What we've struggled with in Oakville and Kawakawa is people perceive it as a competition between the cycleway and the rail, and that is ridiculous. So we've got to think bigger, people. It's not competition, it's cooperation, and it's about integrated transport and integrated experiences. So it's really important that we work together. We can grow aspects of different businesses from this infrastructure that both Tracy and I are building. Yeah. Next one, co-funding. I've had a little chat about that, but co-funding is how we got Te Hononga built, but also how we, I think, do a lot of projects in the north, and it means being smarter with what money we have got, farming that together and leveraging that to get more funding. So that's a big part of the puzzle. All of these funders have different funding criteria and reporting, but That's really important for us. Through our project, we got our funding based on the fact that the council would be reinstating the cycle trail. And so that is a co-funding, it is an agreement that we've made with the government and also our local council and people. So we really, it is in the long-term plan, the reinstatement on the corridor, and as Tracy said last September, there were just a few things that needed to be completed. One was the lease, one was the cycleway design. Those have been completed now. The Vintage Railway surrendered a whole portion of the corridor, which has been given to the council to then do the cycle trail. So there's been some significant steps to move things along. And I guess for me, because I'm a lot in these spaces negotiating funding, I really think it's important as a district we honour our commitments, and if we're building things together, then we all otherwise the whole thing falls over. And also, so does the next project and the project after that. The next slide. I think Tracy talked mostly about this. Basically, the impact on having that section closed is significant for Opua and Kaukau, but it's also significant for other areas, Kaikoai, Horiki, the whole trail, because it's coast to coast. And I know we've put in a temporary route around Oromahoi, but it's a grade 3 or 4, whereas we're targeting families, and it's a grade 1 or 2 ride that makes it quite accessible. So it's just a temporary option, and I think suits cyclists that know what they're doing, but it's certainly not family friendly, whereas we're attracting on the train a lot of families, and it's important for our whole community. Also, the communities using that section as a connecting route between Opua and Kaukau is also significant. So people that are mostly missing that section are locals, but I'm sure you've all heard about that. But yeah, next slide. Oh, this was just back to that we've got design engineering approved. That's no mean feat. That goes through all the stakeholders. It's then approved by Kiwi Rail, so it is ready to go for this section. That includes a lot of safety mechanisms, and it's a significant piece of work. The lease is also being put forward, I think, from Kiwi Rail, and there's just the council have to confirm that, and the consent's ready to lodge, like Tracy said. We are ready to start our construction for the rest of the rail in April. So that's why I'm here, is ready to go. If we want this to happen, let's get on and do it, because we're ready to go. And that's the least disruptive to the cycle trail moving forward if we can do it together. So that's really what my story is. So I don't know if you've got any questions, email me or ask Belinda.
Laurel, thank you so much for that. I'm Opua, so you know, I'm particularly impacted by people. What happens if the council doesn't put them, and you've got a railway component?
Yes.
What happens if the council doesn't follow? Because they're going to be using other roads.
Yeah. Well,
Will more of the track disappear?
Yes.
You will lose another section of
Yes.
it for the cycleway? I'm really glad you two are
Yes.
working together.
Yes.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big improvement. And well, the cycle trail becomes vulnerable in losing its great ride status because it isn't off-road safe, and it's promoted as a off-road facility for families. As she mentioned, it's grade 1 and 2, which is, we're only one of 3 great rides out of the 23 that provide for families and inexperienced riders, such as the grade. That means it's easy to ride.
So, to be really clear, you've got the funding to get the railway projects, right? But the council has not committed funding to shared space.
Well,
I mean, I know it's
sure. It is in the LTP.
I know it's in the LTP,
Yeah.
but I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of pressure on funding for other road projects. And so I'm just trying to understand the impact of that. Did it mean even more of the cycleway?
Yes.
You continue.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what you wanted from us is support in that.
It is really, that fund is in the LTP, and I know there's a lot of decision. But I also know you can appreciate how much work it is to get something in an LTP and across the line in a community. It's not a 2-year whim thing. It actually takes 10 years So when we look at pulling out projects from an LTP that are community driven, it's extremely disheartening because we're out there making things work as we can as a community in the evenings and groups and doing what we can based on what that commitment is. So I just think it's about considering that when you're making these decisions. So I know you've got a lot to make. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel. Thank you, and Tracy also, and Casey for that technical message. Right, feel free to stay. I'm sure you're busy people, but we're going to move into some more speakers now. I think first up I've got Melissa Febeck speaking in regard to item 7.9 on page 98. This is funding application for Whangaroa. Oh, sorry, Melissa and Sarah, sorry. Come up, if you'd just like to stand to the right, because we are live streaming. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, ka tuku nā ki ngā mihi ki tō tātou nei kai tuku whawhia kala. Nā rai ko tahi mea tu i a tātou i rana nei ngā kupu. Ka tuku nā ki tō tātou nei kai hanga i tēnei rānei. Me tuku nā ki ngā mihi ki tō tātou nei kai haka haere. Nā rai i alehea tu i a tātou hoki i roto i ngā whiti ngā kōrero. Me ngā kaupapa ko haka ritea ki tēnei rā. So I just want to acknowledge my guidance within the chair, Belinda, Paula, who brought us together through a blessing, and also through our Whangaroa board, Bruce, and to the rest of the board members, Casey, and to everyone else. We come here today because we're in the preparations of celebrating 40 years of the Piri Wiremu Memorial Tournament. It's a significant tournament within Whangaroa. It started in 1981. We missed 2 years. We've actually into our 42nd year. We're celebrating 40 years played this year. We missed out 2 years because of COVID. Our application comes through. Whangaroa is hosting the tournament, the event this year. Like I said, it's probably one of the biggest events on the Whangaroa calendar. It has in excess of 3,000 plus people that we generate within the event, and through the event itself, the financial benefits that goes out to the kiri, to the kaya businesses, to the supermarkets, through accommodation, through the dairies, through the garages, Foursquare, and for our maraes that do accommodate for our families that come in. Our families not only come in within the national side of New Zealand here, we also have families that also come through international channels as well. And a lot of us have seen the benefits of our sporting elites that have come out of Whangaroa. Our latest one being Tabaiti Williams. Eric Rush himself is he's a huge advocate of local rugby. He's a huge advocate of the Piri Wiremu Memorial Tournament itself. The person himself, Piri Mokina, he was born in 1886. He died in 1980. He was 94 years of age. He was held in high regard not only in Whangaroa but in the Taitokoro area itself. His name continues through all the marae within the Taitokoro. The participation, started off in humble beginnings in 1981, where 4 marae participated. From there, it escalated to the 16 marae that are within Whangaroa. Like I said, it's a huge event, and like all events that grow into something that's as huge as what this is, it does need significant funding. We do take on board a lot of responsibility financially, but having said that, it's also been a contribution towards the local businesses, as I've mentioned, especially in Kirikiri here, and likewise within Kaya, the garages, the four squares, and just the hosting of the event for the accommodations, whether they be coastal, whether it be on marae. The event itself, we cater for our elderly, our kaumate, our kuia. We cater for our younger ones, our babies, our teenage groups. Not all children want to come and watch rugby and netball for 2 days. So we cater for our younger generation through smaller events, whether they're bouncy castles, activities that are organised through the hosting committees. Our kaumate, our kuia, we give them special privileges as well. We have tents that's specially set aside for elderly. We provide for them for the whole weekend. We accommodate for them for parking. So there's, just making sure that their well-being is in place. The whole event itself is community focused. We put a change into the event in 2010, where we adapted whakawhanaungatanga, that's community relationships, and that was because the amount of whānau that was coming home, the amount of marae and hapu that was participating with the event. So it is a close-knit relationship, it extends not only within the weekend or the grounds of the Kaya Rugby Club, but it also goes back into our schools as well. Preparations are done through there. Our sporting elite over the weekends, they're getting younger, they're getting a lot more competitive, but within that competitiveness, that stays within the field. And when the games are finished, we all get together as a community and as whānau again. The day itself is organised with in collaboration with Māori wardens. Our Māori wardens, they take care of our parking. Some of you that have attended the memorial tournament, it has a huge impact on our roading and our parking within that area. So we highly commend our Māori wardens for being so active within being parking wardens, parking monitors, and also take care of the security not only within the parking area but within the grounds as well. Everybody's got their own responsibilities. Each marae is responsible for their own activities, but as a hosting marae as we are, we take full responsibility for the entire weekend that we're hosting for this year. The hosting itself, it takes place through rotation. So all maraes are put into a hat, and it's drawn after the completion of each event on an annual basis. And so the next marae will have 12 months preparation to prepare for the next host. That's assuming that they acknowledge the hosting rights for themselves. The games themselves is 2 sporting activities. It's rugby and netball. They're played through international rules. The referees through the Bay of Islands Referees Association. The umpires are locally sourced within Whangaroa, and depending on the expertise that comes to the weekend as well, we draw on their knowledge as well, and that's to umpire our netball games. Otherwise, it's a festive season. We want to celebrate the 40 years. We want to make it better than great. We want to make it amazing. And the invitation, is not only to our marae communities, to our Māori communities, but it's for everybody in Whangaroa, and likewise to the Kirikiri themselves. There was thought one part there that they would want to bring the tournament back in, but the tournament itself is a whangaroa tournament. You know, it's close to a lot of people's hearts and that, and so the tournament itself will continue to stay within whangaroa. That's our presentation for the morning. Thank you very much.
Actually, your time. Melissa, did you want to add anything briefly to that? Quite sure. Was there any pressing questions that anybody had?
Thank you for your presentation. One partai, you are looking for a marquee.
Yes.
And that is an asset that you'll keep.
Yes.
Will you be keeping that on your particular site, or will you be letting that as the tournament made available to the other?
We will be keeping it on our marae because, you know, the request is for 50% of the entire cost. And like other things that we have on our marae, we actually share it with other marae as well, on request. So, sort of what's theirs is ours and what's ours is theirs.
So you'll be willing to share it with
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Tyler.
Just quickly, I noticed that you've applied for funding to help pay for the chiller, the memorial booklet, and the marquee. Presumably, there's other costs associated with this event, though, right?
Yes.
Like a venue koha or something, Māori Wardens koha, you know, paper reps and
Yes.
things like that.
This is part 2 of another application. Yeah.
Okay.
The primary application is with Foundation North. The event, the cost of the event is quite huge. It falls well short of the actual event cost itself.
So have you been successful with Foundation North? It's showing as pending in your application.
It's still pending.
It's still pending.
I think it's actually cost me on my back.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. We'll make our decision a bit later in the day, our meeting. But,
Unfortunately, I'm dressed for work. I came from work and I'm going to go back.
Right, must go on. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wish everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Craig. Is he on? So Craig is here to speak to funding application 7.9 on page 88. And he's zooming in.
Kia ora. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, lovely. Kia ora and good morning, everyone. My name's Craig Silsil from SMC Events. We are the company that run the Weet-Bix, or have run historically the Weet-Bix Triathlon for Sanitarium. And over COVID, we've developed another program, or been working on another program in collaboration with the regional sports trusts around the North Island to essentially deliver a more accessible program for some of our regions. So we obviously used to run triathlon at Waitangi, which is also in this local board's area, and used to get support from Far North District Council itself. We kind of reimagined things post-COVID, and where we've landed is Tri Challenge in Schools, which is an obstacle-based course. We work with the Healthy Active Learning Leads in Sport Northland to deliver. Last series we delivered 3 Tri Challenge in Schools around the Northland area. And the idea is that we actually go to a host school that's selected by the Healthy Active Learning Leads in Sport Northland who know the community better than we do. And we bring all the bells and whistles of triathlon, including T-shirts and medals and a lot of the way that we communicate with the triathletes. We bring that into a host school so that whole of class, whole of school, and even, you know, kahuiako or clusters of schools can come along and enjoy the event. And the whole kaupapa is trying to excite and inspire kids around physical activity. One of the things that we've found in this last period is that on the back of COVID, kids are more inclined to be on devices, even more so than they were prior to COVID with the likes of lockdowns and stuff like that. So it's about every kid feeling like there's something in it for them with Tri Challenge, and that there's a way to do it, whether they want to be competitive with their mates, whether they just want to set their own goals, or whether they just want to get out and stretch their legs. So The feedback has been that it was very successful. Last year we had 357 students participate in the Tri-Challenge that we held, and we had 7 schools attending. The feedback's been really positive from those schools and very positive from Sport Northland. And with the board's support, we're hoping to run another event in this local ward come the series, which will begin in October and finish in June. And our early indications from Sport Northland is that they want to hold it at a similar time around the April, May window. So that's the top line of the project. We would love the local community board support, but I just wanted to answer any questions that the local board might have about Tri-Challenge in schools.
Thank you, Craig. Open up for questions.
Hi, Craig. My question is, so the event itself obviously costs around about the $15,000 mark. You're asking for $5,000 for a mask. What do Sanitarium pay in exchange for like the lead sponsorship?
They actually, it's interesting, rather than being a sponsor, they actually own the series. So they underwrite everything. And I think the model, their model, but essentially you're right, you know, they are the main ones in this. This is an event where we don't charge the schools or the students anything. That was the other feedback that we had is sometimes our model of trying to extend triathlon to the likes maybe of Bay of Islands, certainly to places like Rotorua and Gisborne, is that we held triathlon. It was a $40 to $50 entry price, which people considered value for money, but it's still $40 to $50. And then we'd work really hard with trusts to discount that rate to $5 to $10. So we've kind of flipped that on its head with Tri-Challenge in schools, and the program's actually free, completely free to schools and students. So they get their T-shirt, their medal, the breakfast on the day, all those other bits and pieces. And Sanitarium underwrites that. So essentially for a day of all the medals and T-shirts and et cetera, the $15K cost, the model going forward is that Sanitarium underwrites 2/3 of the cost, and then they seek local funding for 1/3. Toyota have come on a little bit more, so they'll contribute a little bit towards that $10K for that day, but the majority, let's say 7 to 8 out of the 10, is still borne by Sanitarium.
Thanks, Craig. Last time we funded, each ward funded $4,000. Has it gone up $1,000? Run the events in each ward?
Yeah, last time was the first time round, and so we were pretty much thumb-sucking what we thought our costs were. The model hasn't changed in that they're still seeking local support of 1/3. What we do know is we more accurately know our costs now. So we know that when we do a Tri-Challenge in schools outside of the Auckland region, it's last year the average cost was around that $15K mark when you take into consideration, you know, medals, T-shirts, and the truck hire, the staffing, the liaison with Sport Northland leading up to. So, yeah, it's just last year we essentially were thumb-sucking and estimating that would cost 12 because we hadn't done a full series before, and now we're working off actual costs from the previous year.
Any other questions?
Which schools have you got in your sites for this time around? You had, in our particular district, you had 3 schools. I think it was Islands-Whangaroa, and
yeah, I've just got it here. Last year we had Onomahoe, Bay Academy, Homeschool, Bloomfield, Russell School, Pakaraka, and the indication from Sport North. So we lean pretty heavily on the healthy, active learning leads from the regional sports trusts. And in speaking to them last week in preparation for this, they haven't. It's a bit of a chicken and egg thing. The feedback was really strongly positive from all the schools that participated, and they all want to be involved again. But we'll lean on healthy, active learning team to select those schools because they know the community better than us. So there's an indication that all those schools that participated last year want to come back again, but they don't want to go out to schools and start putting things in place until we're sure that we've got funding in place and that we'll be going ahead next April, May period.
if you had the 15K, which you think it now costs, could you do more schools if you had more funding? If you had the $15,000 that you now reckon that costs? Could you do more schools or more students to increase the value of the student?
Would we?
Yeah, 357 according to your.
Oh, yeah. So we can do up to 600 a day. So that really comes down to what host school we pick, what contributing schools will come along. 600 a day. We actually did 590 something up in Kaikoui, and that community board was one last year. So we can do it to 600. It'll just come down to the nuts and bolts of what the host school is and what contributing schools want to come along and participate.
Any further questions for Craig? Thanks, Craig. We'll get a decision a bit later in the day. Be in touch.
Thanks very much for your time.
Cheerio. Right, moving on. Next, we have our third speaker for item 7.8, DF Holdings. Alistair, is it? Would you like to speak to the road naming?
Yeah, well, just
on page 52.
Yeah, not especially. It was just saying that we canvassed the other parties and they came up with 3 names, and so it's really straightforward. I think there was a preference there. They had Greenview.
So the recommendation is for the right of ways to be named Greenview Heights. Are you here to speak in support of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to say that's the third one. The neighbours all.
Thank you. Right, next up we have Steph. Steph, you're speaking to item, no, just need to clarify our funding applications. If you enter page 58, item 7.9 in our funding applications, we have 2 applications in here from Business Pie here. The first application for $15,000 for the body has been withdrawn. They were successful in receiving funding through the Events Investment Fund of $15,000. So Steph's here to talk to us about the next item, which is the application for Business Pie here, the Christmas parade.
Kia ora tātou katoa, ko Steph Godsworth tōku ingoa. So I'm an administrator for Business Pipe here, and we're just asking for $5,000 towards the Christmas parade. Our Christmas parade is not a parade, it's more of an event. We have a theme and about 20 floats involved, and they make a real effort to follow the theme. We run it on the smell of an oily rag. Our costs that we're applying for here are really the road closure and the health and safety and a little bit of iron adjustment in there. The rest of it, Business Pipe here contributes. Get other people to volunteer and sponsor towards it. So it's pretty simple, but it's an awesome event. The whole community comes together, and that's schools, daycares, businesses, community groups. Yeah, it's a bit of an old-fashioned parade, and that's about it. So we want to keep it going. Lots of people have suggested to us, oh, don't do road closures, have something in the park, but we want to try and keep that parade going. It's been going for years. That's pretty much all I'm asking for.
Thanks, Steve. I know your date, 1st of December.
Yeah.
Have you put that out to other communities? Do we have any clashes this year?
The clashes don't often make a difference because people do tend to sort of stick to where they are. Maybe we have a few floats when Kerry had parade days to bring their floats over and that sort of thing. We have put it out. It's been out for quite a while. I haven't seen a clash with anyone else.
I'm not aware of any clashes.
Yeah, and our theme is
100. The only other one that I'm aware of is in 40 feet on the same day. So.
Oh, was it?
And your theme?
Oh, the themes are.
Is it 144?
Yeah, 144 islands, so it's just celebrating the Barb Island. So it gives the kids and everyone lots of, they can do it if they want them to be pirates or something. Walk up. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I've got a question for the funding advisor, and I'm sorry, I'm just a bit confused. I thought we had a blanket policy that Christmas break was funded. Why is this one an exception?
It's not. It's just it's over 3,000.
They do still have to apply, and in previous years I've been asked to have the applicants attend.
Is it just not an automatic grant?
It still has to go through the community board. The community board still has to approve the funding. They still have to make the application.
Every other person that's hosting a Christmas parade will have to come before us.
I have been requested to have the applicants speak.
Sorry, it's just a technical question, not
Just to
I just want to make the observation that I think that's a bit crazy.
Sorry, and just for clarification on that, it's because it's over 3,000, they still have to fill out an application and come and address us. We also recently made an amendment to that policy. I think it was member Lane Ear who did, that we have actually changed it to an event. So it could be a parade, it could be, we've had difficulties with road closure. We're finding Christmas events are starting to become reserves and on domains and things like that to avoid the exorbitant costs of road closure. So it's initially just to address us, to tell us what type of event they're going to do. They might choose to have their Christmas event at Martariki. We don't know, midwinter Christmas, we don't know what's going to happen. But I hear you, previously it was just for a parade, but some communities were disadvantaged being on state highways and having road closures. So we did have it worded that 2,500 is for the parade and 2,500 towards road closure. So now to make it a fair and even playing field, it's up to the communities whether they have an event and when they have it.
So, Chair, I think it was also up to $5,000, so yes. And we wasn't sure that we had enough money, so it's good to get a check from the applications.
For clarity, asking why we had the applicant speak rather than just automatically approving. Yes.
So would that be an amendment to the local grant fund? I'm sorry, this is technical rather than related to your application, so I'll take this up offline, but I
think
think
a workshop later this afternoon about that community grant funds.
we need to be mindful that this is a bigger outcome. People take a day of work.
Yes, previously we had we had a period of time where we invited everybody to the local hall to pitch their business event, and it was all on, so it has over the years. So very valid question. There's no more questions for Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to us. Right. Next up we have Aaron Considine, item 7.9, white paper, page 104.
Good, so, Aaron Considine, I'm chair of the White Hopper Community Hall Committee. So the hall has been in existence for about 50 years. I became involved as a participant about 25 years ago, and then 30 years ago, for the last 10 years, chair. But the council looks after the structure of the building, and we look after the interior. So in the last few years, for instance, we have about 4,500 of revarnishing the floor, and we look after all of the small bits and pieces of maintenance to keep it ticking along nicely. We're a very successful hall. We average about just below 60 sessions per month, which is average nearly 2 a day. So close to capacity. But during the winter months, usage falls off quite a lot because heating in the hall is, to be generous, it's hopelessly inadequate. It's just 4 single bar electric heaters. You remember the old style ones we used to have? And all it does is take the chill off a small area around each one. So there's a number of our users who are elderly, and it's just too cold for them to use the hall during the winter months. Likewise, in summer, it gets very, very hot. My particular group is an Irish Cayley dancing group. So we don't have much trouble in winter because we generate a lot of heat ourselves. But in summer, we'll do this well. It's a good weight loss routine. So we run pretty cheaply. It's about $10 an hour. But because we've got such high usage, saving up and spending our money we need to. And so we decided that we have enough in the bank to make an application to this committee for half the cost of a couple of large heat pumps. Total value of the heat pumps is 8,000 and something or other.
8165.
55, thank you. And so what we are requesting is half of that, $4,082.50. Given that the installation of the heat pumps is going to increase the asset value of the hall, which the council owns, we think it only fair and just that the council contributes its half share to that increase.
Barry, I'm glad to hear your hall is really well used. It's interesting, the Russell Town Hall have just put their hourly rate up from $10 to $15. So it's kind of interesting, and it still seems kind of affordable. How much do you make each year? Do you cover your costs each year?
Yes, we cover our costs each year. We're slowly getting ahead. So we have had a major expenditure a couple of years ago, which was $4,500. And so we obviously, like everybody else, we suffered through COVID, but we had enough in the bank to be able to weather the COVID storm and keep up with the maintenance and cleaning. Cleaning is our biggest expense. We had a cleaner come in 3 hours a week. This is spotless. So,
You had your AGM this year?
Dorian, yeah. Yes.
I'm the treasurer.
Dorian Christian.
Hi, Doreen.
Hello. I'm the treasurer of the Hall Committee and have been for the last 12 months. I took over from a couple who have been involved with the Hall for a number of years, and so for me it's a new position, although as a user of the Hall, I'm familiar with the Hall. For the last 5 or 6 years, I've been involved as a user of the Hall. The annual meeting was held as at the end of June. The books were audited, and I do have a copy here of the financial report for the last 12 months, if anyone here to look at it, or if it could be part of our application. So it is here, and I also have details of the monthly income and expenditure to show that the income has always exceeded the expenditure per month for the last 12 months. So if
you would send that in annually, you'll be requested by council to submit that probably December.
Yes, I do have the report here, and it has been reviewed. We're not required to have an audit, but it has been reviewed, and I do have the reviewer's report, which was very satisfactory.
Do you have the what your is in relation to the heaters you're running now? You're quite confident that you can manage these heat pumps and aircon in summer?
The current setup is the coin box for people who insert $2 to get the limited amount of power. We will, if we install the heat pumps, we will have some negotiations with the council as to, because currently the council pays the power.
Well, it sounds like
who comes in and lets the coin box, I wonder?
The coin box is a key operation, and I have the key access to remove the coins. We usually do it, I think it's been done once a year. It's not a huge amount because people find that the current wall heaters are fairly useless, and I know in the past if they've dropped a couple of dollars in the machine, it takes 20 minutes before the heaters come on and they're totally ineffective and so they don't bother. So unfortunately, it's just the heating, the current heating system is virtually useless.
So
It's kind
under,
of
just for your information, under the policy and procedures, are supposed to have it. So,
so in other words, an account would have been forwarded to us to pay, which I have never seen it since I have actually been involved with the committee.
Say nothing.
Yeah. Guys,
I haven't said anything.
We're aware that the installation of the heat pumps and, heating and winter in summer is going to increase consumption. But we are in a sound enough financial position to be able
and
to.
also usership too, right? So,
sorry?
And also increase usership.
Yes.
Well, absolutely. Yes. We have people using it for Pilates, for instance, and for yoga, who have claimed that they are using the hall once a week, but they would increase the use if it was more comfortable for them to be able to have a different group of people in who may find that, especially in the winter, that it's quite cold.
It will increase.
And they have assured us that they can double the usage. We have, as I say, there's 532 users per year, which is one of the higher ones in the small community halls in this area. So it's a popular place to be in, but it's not so good in the winter.
The reason I asked about the power is because I sit on the committee for Pioneer. We have 2 heat pumps, and yes, your power bill does go up, but in saying that, it's a problem that you have is if people look at and don't stop. And see, you'll get your weekly print out, and you'll see who bulk it was, because it's a daily usage on the. So that's just a hint for you, but definitely use.
It's an important hint because if, as a councillor, if the staff come to me and say the electricity costs across the district have gone up, we need to put the rates up, we don't want to do that.
Yes. And I mean, the purpose is, you're all volunteers doing work for the job, and the purpose of it is to provide that facility that we can do. So it might be that you, but in the meantime,
Yes. Madam Chair, can I just jump down a river cost for a minute? Many years ago, the council of the day was going to close the Waipapa Hall because it had no usage. And as a Waipapa resident, it was my first protest to stand outside the hall with a sign, and I've still got the newspaper at home, which is save our hall. There you go. And now you've got that amazing usage, and that's just an awesome credit to you guys and all the other volunteers. So thank you.
And to the council, because the council has done, a number of years ago, they did a major update on structure, roofing, ceiling. And so it's a joint venture.
It's great that all these groups use it.
the aim is not to make a profit, but of course you have reserves to maintain.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we've made sure that the repairs and maintenance internally have been done regularly, so that there isn't all of a sudden a blowout on the costs. And that's been quite successful, especially in the last 12 months. Not just because I'm involved.
These guys volunteering too.
I planted that magnolia tree, so look after it.
One of our groups actually does the tidies up the grounds voluntary outside anyway, so we all take an interest in the hall, and it is an excellent facility for the area. Yeah,
Thanks for presenting for us today. Would you have any other questions? We'll make that decision a bit later.
Thank you very much.
We have Coralie Shortland wanting to speak to us in relation to item 7.9, the Bay of Islands Budgeting and Community Services on page 63. Coralie? No? No, Coralie? We'll just leave it, she may come. Okay, so that appears to be our speakers for today. Those of you here, were you wanting to speak to anything in our agenda?
No, fine, thanks.
Yes?
I'm on the list.
Hi.
I'm Karina.
Sorry, I can't.
I'm Karina Dixon from Habitat for Humanity.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Karina. You were here to speak to item 7.3 on page 30.
Good play.
Yes.
Come on up.
Thank you. Sweet Lane.
Thank you.
Apologies, Karina, I put you on the other page.
Listen here.
It's on page 30, road naming for Sweet Lane.
Kia ora, okay, I'm called Karina Dixon from Whangaroa, or Whangaroa Ho. I'm the Tautapura Operations Manager for Habitat for Humanity, and we own the 10 beautiful homes right next to the BP down on Kirikiri Road that we purchased earlier this year and have 10 families living in those homes. The developer, Jim Scott, named that road Sweet Lane. And we went through a process with Ngāti Rehia to name that development Te Arapu. Te Arapu meaning Te Piringa Aratika Hei Ihi o Te Oranga Pūmau, or a home that enables new beginnings with dignity, wellness and hope. That's what we refer to those homes as, Te Arapu. We have a sign at the gate, Te Arapu is spelled out and to that development. Hopefully the letter in there from Ngāti Rehia supporting the name change to Te Arapu. We've also discussed with Jim Scott, and they're also supportive of the option to change the name to Te Arapu. We think it's much more suitable for that development. Has a lot of meaning. Sweet Lane does not, and it just sounds rolled off the tongue a little bit there as well. So that's why I'm here today to ask you is to approve the name change to Te Arapu. Whatever the suffix was, I've just gone with the suffix that whatever was recommended that is available, it's either lane or way, something like that, so that we can all be on the same page calling our homes Te Arapu. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. And yes, it did come through this year. And I, for one, had rather a giggle. And I have noticed the sign is already gone.
Yes. So much for the town.
And I'm not surprised. It's right at the entrance to Kirikiri Town.
Yeah. So Te Arapu would be much more fitting.
This is a council decision. This is a name change. So we will make our recommendation to the
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Belinda. I have a change of heart that I'd love to speak to this morning.
Oh, that's great. Wonderful. 7.5. Hawkes Road, Russell, on page 39.
Make your way up.
Item 7.5.
I'm just a little bit slow.
No, that's okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Maloney from 319 Hawkes Road. Just like a few words in respect of our naming. Our preference is for, we have two names, Ocean Vista, and we'd like to attach to that the Maori translation. We feel it would have far more meaning for people that are travelling towards Russell from it. So it's a very simple request, a simple explanation. At the moment, there are not many signs that I'm aware of that have the translation on them, but we understand that it is going to be happening in the future. So we feel that having a bilingual English and Maori translation, they're both attractive names, and it'll have far more meaning for the people that are actually travelling on the road. That's simple.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. Well, as I understand it, you cannot have two names on the
at the moment.
But I stand to be corrected. But we do have the report writer in the room, actually, Eden. Do you want to make comment to that while the gentleman's here?
That is correct. We currently can't do two names on one road sign. That's a way that they might want to go in the future to be able to have bilingual translation, but it isn't an option at the moment.
So you would have to reapply to LINS if you wanted to add a translation to that for it to be approved. And as we understand it at present, that would be fine.
Yes, but my understanding is that it is possible that this may be becoming more of an opportunity in the future.
Could be, yes.
Yeah. So we would like to remain with our preference of choice, and then, for example, when there is a change in approach towards bilingual names, then we'd like to have the opportunity to add Maori translation.
Yes, you would have to go through that process to do that, because it would be a name change on your sign.
Yeah.
Ken?
And your question for Eden, is there a distinction between a public road and a private right of way, or are they all treated exactly the same in law?
So the difference is with public roads council maintain. That's why I put it in the recommendation. They have different colours of the actual sign. So public roads are blue with white writing, private or right-of-way roads are white with blue writing. It's just so that we, as council, can differentiate whether we're responsible for maintenance or not.
I understand that, but I'm not sure I understand why you can't have a bilingual sign if it's a private right of way as opposed to a public road. What's the distinction I'm not seeing?
From my knowledge, it's just that we don't make the actual signs at the moment with two names.
So this is a formatting thing, is it?
I'm not 100% sure, but I can find out for you.
Okay, it just might be helpful, Madam Chair, because I love the way you're thinking. If this is simply a way like making number plates, do we not have the technology to make a sign that way?
Just two signs, right?
Or is it two signs? I mean, there might be another way to skin that.
Through the chair, I also think it's about making sure that the correctly, and that there's information around that process, as well as then making sure that there's not double up. So same as we have to do now with a private to a public road, checking that there's no double up, etc. Imagine once we, one English version at top to do or down the Māori makes sense to us, it's going to be quite a process back to them at place. But there's probably no difference really between the private and the public road for LINS.
No.
Yeah. They probably have the same considerations. Is it a duplicate of this, Ovax, ambulances, etc.? Please find that road.
I could just close that off. I know that Waka Kotahi are now on a process to make bilingual signs throughout the country. So if Waka Kotahi can do it, we can do it. It's just a matter of finding the way to do it.
And it came up in Colorado to the meeting. Present. And the difference there was that having Russell Colorado, because Russell was not a direct translation of it, so therefore it couldn't be. So there's anomalies there, but I hear you, and I think it's a really good idea to consider. But at this stage, the process doesn't.
Well, it also helps to demonstrate inclusiveness.
Sorry?
It helps to demonstrate an inclusiveness in the community.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks for your time.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so that's all our speakers for today.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Right, moving on to item title coffee. We'll take a 2-minute break.
Just quickly before we dissipate, Jerry from Tennessee has asked me to ask. They've got the Kani tour coming up again, and they're asking people to pay what they can afford. However, he's also understanding there'll be some people who can't afford to go, at all, price-wise. So he's got some free tickets that you can give to board members if they want them to distribute amongst people that you think might not be able to. Just let us know as soon as you can how many and you'll get the print for that. You guys
Can we pause the live stream, please? We're just on a 10-minute break. Thank you. It's got me, everybody. No. Karen, can you see the room? Kia ora, Karen. Are you there? Kia ora. E pehi ana koe. Pai ana ahau. Hey, just quickly, when you're ready, we'll do sorry, we're gonna go live. Whee! We're gonna go live. Thanks. Ready. Can you just count us down, please, Karen? Thank you.
Hi, welcome back everybody after that break. I'll move on to item 6.1, page 8. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirmed the minutes of the meeting held on 31st of August 2023. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Jane. Seconder. Bruce. Any alterations or amendments? I'll put it to the vote then. All those in support? Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on to item 7.1. Chairpersons and members report. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the reports from Chairperson Belinda Ward, Deputy Chair Elaine Eyre, and members Tyler Badger, Jane Hindle, Chris Mills, and Amy Slack. Do I have a mover? Amy, thank you. Seconded Tyler. Is that the first there? I'll take it as read. Any questions? Yes, the chairs were invited to file into the arrangements. And wonderful to have a permanent position. Last. Right, moving on, we'll take Lane's as read. He's not here. So we have Tyler. Any questions?
Chair, can we just, that comment he's made, the general issues surrounding the perceived ownership of public lands or conversely.
I think it's, as a board, we have had, and the previous board, have huge issues post-COVID, I must say. It's grown with encroachment issues, mainly on roofs, and something that I personally would like to have seen a nice budget in the LTP, which is thinking, to work on some of these encroachments. But hopefully, with the reserve management plans that Rob is doing, the awareness within the community where our reserves are, and particularly access. Some of their access is being so planted out. It's an ongoing issue. I think we would need a huge bucket of money if we were to remedy it. But certainly, I think it's something that we as a board, I know I get a number of complaints from time to time, and they go nowhere with council. Resources to go up. It almost needs an amnesty, you know, like we've set 2 years to remedy boundary and reinstate the public open space or access to. And that goes with a lot of our beach accesses, you know, some of the site visits we've been realised that there's a lot of public space that not publicly available.
Comes back to the confusion over the delegations of what road reserve or high road reserve.
Yeah, under the open spaces policy. Robin, you might want to
I'd love to jump in.
Yes,
Jump in.
Zoe, and I forget her surname. Stevenson. Yes, thank you. So Zoe Stevenson's role is fairly new, and she is absolutely fantastic on chasing up on encroachments. I have, as part of the identification of assets around the district, I have looked on an aerial at almost all our reserves, and I have sent her a number of queries, and she, you know, to the point where I was saying, sorry, here's another one, and she'd go, no, that's fantastic, I'll add it to the list. So she's got this big lump of encroachments, and she's not going to be able to get through them all immediately. In terms of her priorities, obviously, if someone's garden bed is going a metre out into the reserve, that's going to be bottom of the list. But absolutely, if the community feels that an encroachment is restricting their ability to access an area, then please get in touch with council. It might well be something that we have compliance action for anyway, but if not, and if so, that will add to the weight and it will add the community feelings for it, because, you know, when I do parks planners comment on this, I'm assessing how important I think it is, but obviously that's sometimes without the knowledge of the community. But parks are really important, and they don't function if people have taken it over as private land. So I think it's really important. We do have resources, not inexhaustible resources, but we do have resources there to deal with it. So please get in touch with council, or if you want to query it, please get in touch with me. Cool. Or Zoe.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for the update. Paula. Hey.
No, just strikeouts.
That's why I've left them in, so I can strike them out.
It's a line or two. Yeah. Bruce.
And our walk bridge is making great progress. As I see it here, I'll just shut my door down the road.
Yeah, I hope Bruce is planning to name this cockroach after me.
We got big sign and
Perhaps he might take a pic of you standing by it.
Please do for the social media page.
Yeah. It's got a ring about it, hasn't it? Mills Court.
Can I just remind everybody that we are live streaming, and if we could speak up a bit so that we can be heard.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim.
And it can be named Hammond's.
Which is the only one the live stream is heard.
Anyway, it could be a swing party coming up to celebrate that.
Oh, and a road trip.
Amy, anything else to report? Any questions?
Have you heard from Lee and Macefield yet?
No, but I'm going to. There's a
Loop on that one?
Yeah.
Does the-
Yeah, we'll make the time together.
Yeah, sounds good.
And then in relation to
Special plan.
yes. Right, there's no more questions. Moved Amy, seconded Tyler. I'll put that to the vote. All those in support? Against? Yes. Right, moving on to item 7.2 on page 27. Reserve Management Plan Program that the Bay of
community board recommends that an individual reserve management plan is prepared for a yet to be selected reserve in the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa ward. I have a mover, Jane, thank you. Did you want to speak any more on this, Robin, before we?
Thank you, but no, I think your direction from you as to which reserve management should be Bay of Islands-Whangaroa area, and because I have 3 other reserve management projects on the go, if you should choose to decide next month, it probably won't affect the sheet time.
Bearing in mind this morning's discussions, and the 3 that we were looking at, which were Johnson Park, Kawakoa, Simpson Park, very outdated plan, and Kitty Sports Complex. So they are in 2 of those in your area, and 1 in Europe. A preference as to Johnson Park is surprises me that it actually with the years of funding and funding, this isn't a and the Kitty Sports Complex, how complex would it be to do something like that? Is that
Good time to try and get
is this the bypass one?
Yeah, with the squash clubs just going into it.
Yeah.
And they're pretty efficient in operating.
Because we've got the playground on the go here too.
Yeah.
The playground is already got the
Whereas the existing one completely unfilled.
Robin?
So, through the chair, the existing reserve management plan is not legal. It has a community plan function, but it's actually not legal under the Reserves Act, which specifically says you must classify it correctly. I'm just trying to think, is it listed? I've got in my notes that it hasn't, so it's not classified.
So maybe that should be done before we do the management plan.
So those processes can be done together. I don't think there'd be any argument with that that should be a recreation reserve. In fact, the processes are commonly done, and probably would just advertise as a review. So in some ways, potentially it has a reduced step because I can say that we're reviewing a plan, but still be honest about the fact that it hasn't actually been approved.
And Madam Chair, through the chair, does that hold true for Johnson Park and Kawakoa? Multiple, with it again tidying up to invest it into the big part of that process?
So I guess, so particularly for older land holdings, it's a really good idea to get a property report done at the start of the process. So I can't tell you definitively what my understanding is Johnson Park did. I don't know if it's been classified, but without a property report, I'm trying to tell you about it.
Just sorry, is the aim to try and do one of these a year?
Some reserve management plans will take some, or a year is maybe a year and a little bit. I'm expecting that we'll have one on the go for each community board at a time, but the time frame really depends on the site, and they could take anywhere to see.
Given the growth in the numbers, sheer numbers,
days, so I can only imagine now, jam-packed, eating squad, playground. I don't know, I mean, really I'm in the hands of the members because I'm just thinking that if there's thousands of people going through it, then starting that process would be wise sooner rather than later. Get it classified and get a management plan over it, which will steer the direction of the future use and any surplus land or surrounding land. Yes.
Look at the sheer numbers and scale of having I understand it. Simpson Park. It's been a long time since they've had a plane, but and you want to look at Johnson Park, big one, but he's already been so many things that I'd rather see that closed off and then we can do your after rather than leave a mess. When you're doing little blotches everywhere instead of sticking the whole issue at once. So like I know my I think I'm going to kill me, but the reality is
there's always another two on the list.
There's always another time, there's always another opportunity, and we're basing our decisions in the process of the decisions on needs in what you're dealing with. One of the biggest communities in the north. A lot of the time, those big communities see any little blotches in them being done. And so while we security got this, it doesn't necessarily mean that you put out with the whole area. And that's how I see it. The opportunity to carry and tidying up the community and the things and then look at Simpson Park and Dawson Park today.
Next, right? Like one of them comes next.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, what would be the difference for Johnson Park in having a plan or not having a plan? Impact would it have to anything? Or they just continue as they are?
So the really positive part of the is that public consultation that you with a shared vision. Sometimes they can have unintended consequences which can be positive, shine a light on. I'm thinking of an example in South Island where a reserve management plan I was doing kind of shone the light on two user groups that weren't functioning very well at combined resources. So it can be just a way of focus that can have really positive results.
So it brings the community together.
Yes, and it can engage the community at its best.
It can have a negative where people don't want particular activities to happen. That have happened there, and the community's been happy, but out of the consultation process has come a different, like a new generation, a different mindset, different thought process as to what should happen there, and then it can actually be perceived as a negative if people want to, like the Kirikiri domain. There's out of that consultation, there's certain things people want to see happen, and hence the design that we have now. And it's not 100% completed. It's never, but there will always be that opportunity when you put that out to the public consultation to come out vehemently, be they neighbours or whoever, and say we don't want this activity to happen.
So there's positives and negatives that I've experienced over the years, but I think generally it's good to have a reserve management. It can be updated and revisited with the needs, future needs. I mean, you know, the bowling club and the likes, you know, they are sports that have been ups and downs and hardships over the years. Like okay, there's some of these sports, they sort of die a natural death and then they come away again or they remorph. So, swings around a bit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to speak in favour of Simpson. The reason being that Kirikiri Sports Complex is a defined small site that is utilised through code and has a playground. The ability for it's constrained to the point of an outstanding governance, one of the best ever seen. And in the documents that form that sports complex, because I was involved in it at the time, it is primarily exclusively for squash, netball, and rugby. Kirikiri is our largest and fastest growing town, but she's also well provided for in terms of sports and recreation, and that we provide the 40 still having those conversations. I don't think some of our smaller towns are as well provided for as they could be. And I would like to see us develop a reserve recreation plan that would allow us to do more for those communities who face significant challenges in terms of travel, equitable access and participation. I'm very passionate about sports and all that it can deliver for our community. So I'm parking the ones that are just public space. Really looking at the ones where I think there's significant opportunity to enable that space to become more of a community space than it currently is. That's not to say that Kirikiri Sports Complex doesn't need one. I don't think it's critical at this point in time, much as, say, Simpson Park or Johnson Park is. I'm not familiar enough with Johnson Park to be able to form a debate on why I would prefer that one over Simpson Park. And I'm also very, very mindful that our technical expert in the room did give us her view. And so I'm going to foreshadow, Madam Chair, that I would populate the resolution with Simpson, but at the same time would signal that the next one, next push is give the staff some surety on their work stream moving.
So that, and Johnson Park, this is a question, but I'm well aware of past flooding issues, and I do wonder with climate change and managed retreat, whether the development of the area is actually something that we need to consider. Out of the two Kawakoa ones would lead me more towards Simpson Park, although I don't know the area of the park. Roddy, you may be able to invite and beyond that space are we talking about?
It's quite a big area, Johnson Park, and right, it does quite a lot because it's situated right next to the Wyoming Stream. A lot of the problems in the area are floodplain. That's with the playground and with the bowling club next door. I actually sit on working with the Marley and keep nothing in place. one of the things that I've done is invite some of the members of the main, inclusive of the club team. So, for years they've been calling out for improvements of this. And it was one of the first erects I got. It comes to Simpson Park, it's a completely different level of the area. You might know that we have the Tigers Club at one end, in the middle we have the Moerewa Bulls. Before we had the Moerewa Bowling Club, along in there. That area, even it's set. It's a huge mess. You have half of the area that looks like it should. It looks like people are actually proud of it. And then you have the other half of the area that looks like it should be in the middle of a bush or something. So the ground fair, there was one of the areas I spoke about when I first came up to the board was even though it's in a state of disarray and really lucky and really like it's unloved, it still remains one of the highest highly used spaces because any place that you have half-court basketball and the same takeover you're playing on courts that are cracked and areas you have to be careful where you are because of the cables that are active 3-4 hours. Old power cables hanging on. And I hearteningly see Simpson Park in I think my community has to be doing my community's Moerewa. Those who use the area down there have to learn that there needs to be a level of respect. That's one of the things I notice pride in my community. I say my community because I'm from my entire life. I'm the fifth generation. So, the only reason I look at Johnson Park is because it hurts to see so much money being done over the years to try and give Moerewa something unique, something that is Moerewa, something that restores pride and respect into the community. And it's hard to keep doing it. So many of them show each other disrespect.
Perhaps this is a vehicle to help get that pride as well, though, right?
Yeah. And that's what we're working on. I work with Pamela, kind of a little bit with Honolulu. Talking about the Mark and Carl come together. If there were things, this ridiculous battle between the community and Moerewa and Kaka over who gets funded and who doesn't, who doesn't.
I think we've all got that.
Yeah, I think, and
subdivision.
I know this is life, so I'm going to tell you one here. I think we've got to remember that we did the same people. Whether you're on the southern side of the bridge or the northern side of the bridge, it's the same families. And that's how we've got to start viewing it instead of looking at geographical placement. Look at the, for now, from Moerewa Kaka subdivision has been in the best interest. So,
Everybody, with that said, do you think your heart of hearts a reserve management plan led by design could be a very thing to you? Robin might have some ideas on that. I mean, it's the consultation, the engagement in the community, that process will bring out what the people want, and if the people want it and they're involved in it, it's more likely to succeed and be received.
So if I may comment, one of the good things about reserve management land is we will talk about optimal way to use an area and how it should look, but one of the problems of course is it doesn't allocate money, which comes through. Obviously, the people involved in approving the plan can help to get it into the county, but then funding is the LTP, but of course then you're looking at district-wide priorities and sometimes it doesn't stack up. So I guess that's my point of caution. Say, well, this is where we want
But it does open. And we had a reserve management. And when opportunities outside of the and that gives, as long as we're clear and transparent at the get-go, that this is the grand plan, it's not fully funded, and I'm doing that with Te Waitangi, I did a post on the weekend. You're only going to get this much. This is what we want to do, but you're only going to get that much because that's where the money runs out. The community are on board with it. I think that's really important. And just while I'm speaking, Madam Chair, a press release came to my attention yesterday that is news to me, and Roddy may know something about this. I'm just going to read it. Government has just announced 8.9 million funding, flood risk mitigation work, reduction work in Kawakawa, Oturia, Moriwa, and then there's 4 other places, but they're not here. And what they're going to do is work with 6 rohi to identify a specific work program to build flood resistant those communities. So the flooding issues that you've talked about with Johnson Park, I do not know in that or not, but I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention in case you hadn't seen it, and it may or may not be right.
But yeah, I guess on the scale of what they're looking at remedying. I just know from past experience on the board with Johnson Park that the bowling club has been flooded a number of times. The greens have been destroyed, the silver mud, and the coverings have been flooded out. The board has assisted over the years in cleaning up and remedying some of the works there. But you sort of, that's when you need to do that, help people to sort of get all that information together. I don't know if that's hard because it's so flood prone. No, so it's another reason to consider that one.
Through the chair, I'm looking at this on the council's GIS system, Johnson Park, and I'm struggling to find parcels. So there are multiple parcels. Do they go over the road?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah, when I click on it, it kind of comes back.
Yes, and that's sometimes how it is for older parcels created a long time ago. They get created and then a road goes through. So yes, it's a very old. The original titles are very old, which is why I put no faith in my ability to understand it without a property report.
And does the Kawakawa Domain Reserve sit outside of Johnson Park?
So that is, and sorry, look, I apologise for not remembering the name, it's commonly known as Kawakawa Grounds. Yes. If I may just quickly talk about a couple of things. The reserve management plan can be used to navigate change, which might relate to flooding or anything else, but whether that's the right time for Johnson Park or not, I don't know. And just to, this was actually months and months ago, so
it's a very much an overview, and I might have details wrong, but when Pamela represented Simpson Park to me, she said, well, you know, there was that activity over there, but that's not happening anymore, and we don't know what we're doing with this bit. And I think that sometimes a good management plan can make the community realise that there are options, and they may come forward if they do want. She very much portrayed it as it was really good time to just refresh, and I think that was, she portrayed it.
Thanks, Robin. Well, any more discussion around Amy? Moving forward back to Kitty Kitty. It's complex. I use it every Saturday or winter for myself and my kids, and it's the kind of access is a big issue, and I think it's a safety issue as well. Completely congested in and out, and so chasing balls, parks, access is urgency, with the resource management plan taking into account.
So certainly reserve management on those, it doesn't necessarily. I think in the past we very much used to do like a landscape plan, reserve management. That can kind of lock you into a path that's not necessarily useful. So it tends to be, newer plans tend to be slightly higher level, and they work out usage areas. They would definitely identify conflict areas. So if patterns of usage are not ever creating those, then yes, that as far as I can see, that would definitely be addressed by them.
I do think the whole board uses it. In the interest of time, are we, and it's already foreshadowed, do we want to put this to vote, or would you like to let it lie on the table? Is there any advantage, other than we don't have Lane here, is there any advantage?
Madam Chair. But we can't. So the ultimate solution is getting people and park site. Just can't. No way to create that parking. So, not until the bus. It is like a motorway. We don't want to. But then again, the reserve management plan doesn't. The management plan doesn't fund some.
No, but it makes it more.
But we are aware of those. And Chair, I'm happy to foreshadow that we populate the triple X with Simpson.
Originally Jane moved, Tyler seconded. XXX. Sorry.
I moved XXX.
Yes. So,
Through the chair, would it be possible to maybe priority on if that's okay?
come back to the board when you are to do this around.
So it's not so much funding as resources. So it's me. And I mean, if I get to a state in my workload where it's useful contracted to do whatever, then that might happen. But essentially, I will be running the projects. So in answer to Tyler's question, if we were to just put, two, like our priority, secondly, in case one progressed quicker, be able to commence any, or there's no.
I'm sorry, no, because I've got the combined and then I've got one from each ward, and so I'll be doing, sorry.
To save some time though, so if the board was to say, okay, let's start on Simpson Park and for whatever reason Simpson Park fell off, and to save you time and having to come back to the board if they made a resolution that states, right, if Simpson Park for whatever reason cannot go ahead, then please start with Kitty Sports Complex, then that would be okay, wouldn't it?
Yes. So, I mean, for example, if for whatever reason there was something we didn't know about the community at Simpson Park wasn't quite ready for it, then yes, totally for that. Sorry if I misunderstood. I just wasn't going to volunteer for an additional one.
No.
We're not talking about two concurrently, we're just talking about a,
Do I have a second
On that, mate, yes. I think when you have a look at Simpson Park in Moenawe community, they've never been in a better position. Something like that. The reason being is because we actually have a beautification program that's run through Africa.
So there's potential opportunities.
How it works is that there's a project that is beneficial to the community, then we do a proposal, and we carry it to AFCO, then AFCO sends it off to Nigel, and Nigel signs it. He said the potential funding at any other time or then funding is a huge struggle for them.
Well, he will come back.
Okay, so we have moved and we have a seconder.
I'll second that.
So Jane. Okay, so we have the Bay of Islands, Whangaroa Community Board individual management plans prepared for Simpson Park. Simpson Park Reserve. And should this not be possible, then sports complex.
And as
Simpson Park Reserve and should this not proceed.
management plan. Better off to say management plan for the community.
It makes it sound like it's a new plan.
Yeah.
So do you just not revise the old plan or the current plan that's in place for community sports complex?
It's not a reserve management plan, it's a community plan.
Don't.
It trips me up.
We'll not get it, we won't get it. Too much information.
Isn't it?
That's the official terms.
Islands-Whangaroa Community Board recommended an individual management plan is prepared for this reserve. Should this not proceed, then in order of priority, the Kiri Sports Complex Reserve Management Plan would commence.
May I just, I don't think it is reserve, I think it's, but there may be other information that you.
Yes, we do. Okay. So moved by. Don't actually need other recommendation of Jane and Tyler unhappy. That wording. I will make that the recommendation. Yes, so I'll read the final recommendation. Moved Jane, seconded Tyler, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board recommend that an individual reserve management plan is prepared for Simpson Park. And should this not proceed, then in order of priority, the Kiri Sports Complex Reserve Management Plan committee. Everyone happy with that wording? Beautiful. I'll put that to the right. All those in support? Against? Carried. Thank you.
And Roddy, I'm hoping that my dad will make it in touch with that.
I'd rather be having a meeting with him and
Thank you, Roddy.
thank you.
I have just passed Tyler Road. You can, through the service, ask the Northland Transportation Alliance undertake a safety audit. And that might identify solutions.
Thank you, Robin. Just like to thank you, Robin, for your input. Very interesting and our pre-meeting. So thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Right, I think we'll rush through some of this road name. It should be pretty straightforward, most of it. Item 7.3, page 30, Sweet Lane Killikilly. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming policy, recommend Council rename a private road Island Way that is currently addressed as Sweet Lane. Do I have a mover? Tyler, seconded by Bruce. Any discussion around this? Put it to the vote. All those in support? Against? Carried. Now moving on to item 7.4, page 35. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming policy, name the private roads within Tākau Papakāinga as follows: Turakati Road, Tuarua Road, Tape Heremaya Road, Tuatua Terrace, Pipitia Way, and Runariki Lane. Do I have a mover? Bruce, the seconder?
Yep.
Thank you, Roddy.
Just through you, Belinda, I just wanted to note that there was an apology from the speaker that was going to come to this.
Okay.
He was unwell, but, so apologies were received.
Any discussion around these road names?
Madam Chair, I have a question, and I appreciate that this is actually being stopped. I'm slightly concerned about Tuarapati Road. As a volunteer ambulance officer of 18 years, I know the situation when you get directed to the new location. And I have been in a very unpleasant situation where the patient and family rented out with quite some control and sent the ambulance to the wrong location. And with Rapati Road and Tuarapati Road, I can envisage. That said, I see it's been improved, so I'm just speaking from somebody on the ground that's been a bit.
Ian, do you want to comment on that? Rapati versus Tuarapati?
Yeah, I didn't actually. I would assume that Lynn's would notify us if there was a road in that area named Rapati, because they obviously don't like it being too similar for those reasons. But that being said, I did not ask about Rafferty Road, and I'm unaware if there is or not.
I mean, I appreciate that rapid numbers are now being more prevalently used, but we still go past Joe's house on Rafferty Road, there's a tractor outside. Particularly people elderly and more, I merely comment on it. There could be problems.
There is quite a distance between the exits, I guess.
They've said ambulances for a man instead of Capricorn Bay. Because the names are the same.
Want to make a note of that, or
it's a comment.
Thank you. Okay, moved Bruce, seconded Roddy. All those in support? Against? Anyone abstaining? Carried. Moving on, item 7.5. Now, this is to do with 319 Hawkes Road, Russell, on page 39. I will have a discussion around this issue before I put the recommendation so that we have a name to put in there, so we don't spend hours discussing options. So this is the private right of way currently addressed to 319 Hawkes Road, Russell. And over the page you will note on page 40 that we have the owner, the subdivider's request of Ocean Vista Way. The gentleman came to speak this morning in relation to the bilingual translation. However, this is not supported by Hapu Iwi report, and second option is Oropa Lane discussion.
Madam Chair, this is a difficult one. So Ngāti Manu have contacted me directly and confirmed that they do not. And the email was sent direct. That said, I have some sympathy with the landowner because it is private land. It is right of way. If you look on the map, it's so insignificant that my two prudent wouldn't want that tiny scrap of land really restore much mana. But Ngāti Manu are very clear that they do not. So we are putting that.
You seem
right. Yeah, they requested.
Just on that, on the bottom of page 39 of the report, it says the name Oropa has already been used for the subdivision. What does that actually mean? I assume there's no road already named.
No, that was the comment that was put forward by Ngāti Manu, but there is no road that is named that, and the name of the subdivision that is owned by Peter and Leanne. I think in Peter's comment, the location is subject to artistic license. So I have no idea where this Oropa is that.
It's on a map done by Murphy Shortland. He's gone and researched all the names of places as they traditionally were 300. But I've also searched on Dr. Henry's travel landscapes itself, which names many of places around. That doesn't mean to say he's wrong, but, and usually all is a standing place of somebody, so usually that would be the. It's a difficult one.
Technical question. This is a right of way. It's not a road. And in council's policy, it says private roads names are considered by council. What's the distinction, if there is one, between a private road and a right of way? Because a right of way, the ownership vests in one of the landowners as a servient tenement, and the other users have access over that as the dominant tenement, but they are not the owners of the land, whereas a private road might be something that's actually, for example, a paper road, or it's actually got its own legal title. So I'm just wondering if someone can put clarity into my mind whether this actually fits the road naming of the criteria.
I hear where you're coming from. I understand private right of way to be, this is the subdivider line, so he currently owns lots. And name, the right of way will be in, so we don't have the subdivision information with us, but usually the right of way is with the dominant tenement, as Amy stated, and there would be easements over that right of way for any subdividers off that, and they would be in that agreement of purchase either jointly or severally liable for the maintenance of that. So it's still a road, isn't it? It's a right of way.
No, it's not a road. A road has its own legal title. So a right of way, just restart, a right of way rests with the servient tenement.
Yeah.
Who's the person that owns it, pays rates on it, and is legally responsible for the maintenance of it. An easement is granted to the dominant tenements, who are the other people that may have property that are accessed on that right of way, and any obligations they have to contribute to maintenance. It has nothing to do with the council, which is why the reason I'm pushing this is it is a difficult one, Jane. It's an extremely difficult one.
And the naming policy, Councillor Court, applies to private rights of way, brackets private way. That specifies in the road naming policy.
Where does it say that? Because
So
I've got it
on
my
page
phone.
1 of the naming policy dated 20th of September 2022, it talks about roads both public and private, and under the definitions it refers to private rights of way, brackets private ways. But not private rights of way not maintained by council, but those that serve 6 or more properties should be formally named by council. So do we know how many properties this right of way serves?
It's going to have, well, we don't
Make this all under the policy.
So through you, Belinda, I just want to make note that, and Councillor Court has just pointed out that though we have a new naming policy, the application doesn't reflect the policy.
under the right of way.
Yeah, so what Councillor Court has just brought up is what is on the application. But the policy has proceeded, the application has not been updated to reflect that, yeah. So is that something that we can make sure is changed? Yes. Sorry, not immediately, but.
So we don't know how many properties are subdivided.
Does that make?
Yeah, that's helpful.
So basically, if there are 6 or more properties, then we should formally name the road. But it implies that if there are less than 6, then it doesn't form a.
So there must be less than
I don't
because
know.
it's right of way. Otherwise, it would be a road.
It's definitely a private right of way.
I guess over and above that.
Does anybody else want to see that? Do you want me to chuck it on the screen, or you guys?
Over and above that, how does the name Ocean Vista Way reflect the environment? I haven't done a site visit, so I'm looking at the map. I'm convinced it probably doesn't look at the ocean at all. Probably Veronica Channel, is it?
I think it's over there on the channel and over to White as well.
Second.
The one thing we can agree on is we don't want that. 2 names.
So if you read the second paragraph, the dominant view is the ocean, the marina, the overall Monica Channel, Aotearoa, okay. Pick up on it. That it was a right of way. Does have a bearing to finance if it's relevant to the area.
The attention I have in Chair is that we have that's going to be a conference call.
Or do we leave it to Lauren and have another conversation with them?
And the challenge I have is it's not a public road, it's private land. And the private landowners and they've followed the correct process. The process doesn't say they'll have to pick. The process says that it has to be in the position of I really do I'm not sure they're able.
So actually, all that's going to do is grief to the landowner, just titles until he names the road.
Do we have any clarity of whether it's 3 properties or 6 properties?
Sorry.
That also has a bearing on whether.
There were other names submitted that were defined, is that correct?
Yes, they have 3 names initially. This is, I think, the second or third attempt for them to find it.
Yes. So there've been some time.
Started in May, trying to get it named.
Riverview Way and Harbourview.
Can we do a Google Maps? That might show us how many.
Ian's just looking at us. While you're doing that, I'm going to move on, Ian, to the next one. 7.6, road name policy on page 44. Islands-Whangaroa Community Board pursuant to Council's naming policy, name a private right of way Magnolia Tree Way, currently addressed at 1032A Rangitangi Road. Can I have a mover? Bruce, thank you. And seconded Jane, thank you. Any discussion around this one? Consulted with Harpo, they're in support of the name. To the vote, all those in support? Against? Carried. So, Roddy and Anne, you do vote. Do you want to abstain? Okay, moving on to item 7.7 on page 58. At the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board pursuant to Council's naming policy, name a private road, Tom Saville Road, currently addressed at 2452 State Highway 10 Waikapa. Do I have a mover? Bruce, the road man. Seconder, thank you, Tyler. Any discussion around this one? Very historical owner, 1949. My only query around this, Ian, is I've noticed the comment in your reports relating to Hono reached out to Ngāti Reo here. Reached out is a, because we don't have the written approval from Hapuna Iwi. We have collective comfort that they have actually.
So Hapu approval is available in the folder. I'm just not attached it to the actual report. So
that's fine. So reached out is just the terminology used. They have been contacted and yes, yeah, it does. Reached out could be a phone call.
Yes, phone call, email.
And he says, yeah, whatever, and then there's no record of that.
There is my apologies, it is an email and there is record of it.
Lovely, thank you. So moved, Bruce, all those in support? Against? Carried. Right. Item 7.8 on page 52. There's some typos to sort out in this one, but at the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's naming policy, favour private right-of-way, Greenview Heights, currently addressed at 52A and B, Islands-Whangaroa Drive. Tyler, thank you. Any discussion around this one? So this is 6 of the property owners. Oh, yours might be all right, but mine's all right. Jane, second. All those in support? Against? It's carried as well. I to funding applications can go back to item 7.5 on page 39.
So I did receive an email from Peter stating that the subdivision creates 10 new lots. 10. They will be retaining 4 of those 10.
They're going to retain 4.
Yeah. So being majority of the property, so they will still own majority of the subdivision.
So there's the potential to sell another 4 lots off down the track.
Yeah.
Discussion around.
I couldn't find a map.
So the subdivision is the 10 lots and the owner will retain 4, so there will be 6 lots for sale.
So, subject to,
Policy, yeah, subject to the road naming policy. Thanks.
And Matt, how do you read it out?
Right. But if he does more than 6 lots, listed as road, is that correct?
Make application to the end. More than 6 houses on the road, but it would need. Doesn't have
6. They've already got.
It doesn't matter who owns the lots, is it? It's the number of lots, even though that is supposed to be 10 lots.
I think that's a red herring because it's not a road. Come back. In order to vest it as a road, in the final district council, is to have a separate title. It doesn't. Title way. It means it's owned by the.
But the policy specifically states that we are required to names, private rights of way with more than 6 or more. 6 or more properties. So we've got a policy that puts us in a position where, I didn't write the policy.
No, you didn't. But I don't know how that helps because the fundamental question is, what name do we pick? Do we have the landowner wanting one and Hapu wanting it? But the underlying title still resides with Candace owner. It's not a public road, so I'm not sure that helps me any.
It's still a right of way which would lead me toward the owner's preference of ownership this way.
the chairman having a problem. I mean, the owners asked for to be able to be applied to become the time. But here we have a situation with the hub itself. And so while the land is retained by the owner, I understand it privately. I need to down we go up the we bound I need to with the real mode. the language retains it in Māori. Then we have a hub that states that they don't want the name.
So, Roddy, as I understand it, that they don't support that name, which is fine. They've given comment, but there's nothing to say that you have to agree with Hapu or just courtesy to engage and consult with them. But it would have been nice if Hapu could have come back because they've suggested alternative names, but it's something that we did have a workshop, but obviously they did have that. The issue of the translation has to be put to one side because at the moment legally they have a translation. If that comes into, in a legal sense, into fruition that there is translations or bilingual translations on road signs, then they would have to go through that process again. Eda, would you like to comment?
In the initial application, the owner did include that they wanted to have obviously the bilingual signs, and their translation was Moana Tigo. That name was also sent through to Ngāti Manu. That was also discussed, and they also didn't approve of that translation either. Their stand on it is that they want the name to be Urupa. They want that name to stand. They weren't happy with Moana Tigo either. Effectively.
Can I own a large driveway. I can do it myself if someone's trying to text me and do it right away. True. So, no, I don't really understand. So we have structured the landowner, accepted, my name, my property, my name.
We just put this to a vote. Test the waters. Do I have a mover or motion, Mr. Wade?
If we do it, it's not that the name I have a problem with. What I have a problem with is that at a later date, if they want a meeting, they could put Mom. Who are we as an organisation to make a decision against people of that area?
Joint council does. When it comes to a name change.
Yeah, but I'm getting at is if we let you turn around and approve for that to them for them to your Māori ready to go across and the hub want it. Oh, deliberately happen. And this is how they're going to feel. And you remember that hapu in the form of Māori well, hapu is basically what the mama was the heart of my culture. He said this isn't just about a name. This is also about our language. Because it's not just a language, it's our kupu Māori. And if I don't just stand for it, it's a part of my identity. The basis of the whole of my culture is based around my language, about our kupu. And the difference with this is it's not just a name. And although it may be a little concession, well, then little thing, I mean, in our whakatauki, it might be even the smallest piece of fish. And it's the same with our culture. And I'm not being racist, it's just how I see it. I'm not against the owner having the name. What I am against is that amending the kupu Māori should go on at a later date in full around the hapu doesn't want it. And that's my point. I'm not saying you can't name with the kupu.
I'm looking to Eden because I believe that would be another problem. There is to be a translation or a translation and it would have to be relevant. It may be that road is reviewed at that point.
Yeah.
At the the moment our hands are tied there and there's no discussion around translation. Two options.
It's just that's what he asked of the board.
Yes.
And that's what I'm speaking to. He asked of the board, whether you rule on or not. I just want you to be aware. It's not my feeling. This is the way the function of the town monk. Again, like you said, it's the private land owner. I can jump over the fence and tell someone else what to do, but I have to defend my cause.
Chair, I feel really disappointed about the situation we're in. I was the one that I thought it would be really beneficial to have a real name gifted by the Hapu. I'm truly disappointed that there is this really sad. Because to be given a name from the Hapu is a real privilege. Sad that it started without come from either party. One party is going to make this decision one way or the other.
Tyler.
Sorry about extending this.
Yes, no.
Through the chair, I just want some clarification on, it says the name Urupa has already been used for the subdivision. So is that, are they calling it Urupa subdivision?
No.
So where is,
Local Hapu refer to it as the area, is that where it's come from? It's just a comment, there is nothing named.
There is Murphy's map where it shows.
Yeah. And others have approved that name, so it's clearly not taken. The road name and others have approved it, yeah.
so that comment, the name Urupa has already been used for the subdivision.
So the other alternative, if you want to support the strong desire from Ngāti Manu, is that we put forward Urupa Lane, and the owner has the right to resubmit to LINZ with another selection of names, which we saw not long ago. Actually, the Smiths had a similar situation where they put a number of names, and a lot of them were rejected by LINZ, and they actually happened. So the owner has that ability to do that if they're not happy. It depends on the urgency of the subdivision. That is why I don't really want to see this lie on the table. If they're waiting to get the subdivision through, and this is holding them up, then we have a duty to recommend to council. This could get to the council table, and that same discussion could be had by the councillors.
It shouldn't be holding up the subdivision, madam.
So they can't uplift the titles though till it's named, is it? I understand it.
I live on the right, and it doesn't.
No.
I'm just C.
CDE.
79.
So is that an option, Madam Chair? That's an option that.
Is that it has no name?
But it's A, B, C, and D, and they just get through the
That's
numbers.
probably why the road naming thing has got sort of more, right? Because they don't want to start getting G and H or.
We've just had that issue in Rakatani, haven't we, one of the other.
Brumley's Ames schools too.
I'm happy to test the waters, Madam Chair, and populate the recommendation with Ocean Vista. So moved.
By Anne, seconded by Bruce.
No, that is, I'm not happy either way.
All those in support? All those against? Do you want to record it? Jane?
Or abstain. I actually would prefer to abstain.
Okay. So that's carried. So Jane, it's 4 support, so that's carried. Jane's abstaining. Would you like yours recorded? Amy and Rolly against? Amy, would you like that recorded?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll read that now. The Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's naming policy, name a private right-of-way Ocean Vista Way, currently addressed at 319 Orks Road, Russell. And it has been carried. Right, with that, I think we'll break for lunch.
Harley, can we pause the live stream?
Thanks, Harley.
Thank you, Eden.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a shame they didn't pick up all of that, but it's
Harley was
I guess
having-
the right is the landowner, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. We've got to start coming in.
online after our lunch recess. We're moving on to item 7.9, our funding applications. I'm going to put these individually. And the first one we have here is a recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $10,000 plus GSTs applicable to be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Bay of Islands Budgeting and Community Services for the cost towards setting up a space for Manihiki to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. Do I have a mover? Rodney? Seconder? Amy, thank you. Now, I haven't received apologies from the speaker, who was to come to speak to the funding application because it's over 3,000. Coralie Shortland. Have we heard anything from Coralie? No? Slide, I'm in your hands. We can either slide on the table or discussion. I prefer to leave it live because of the amount.
Yes.
Yep, no questions, okay. So Roddy, if you're happy, and Amy is seconder, then we'll let this lie until the applicant has spoken to it.
I'm just getting, because they actually know these fellas. And so, before we do that, tomorrow, well, they actually have the opening of the building. And out of the blue, one day they have whatever they will turn up. And so I'm guessing that because everyone turned around and then wanted to come in on the opening, the grand opening of Manihiki, well then they turned around because they were only prepared to have something a little small. And to be honest, I've been supporting these fellas for the last 2 years. And so I know quite a bit about what they do. Basically, well, then that's the reason why because they never turned up today because they're under the pressure of trying to get everything sorted out for tomorrow at 9 o'clock. It's not an excuse, it's just one of those things that popped up. This happened to me today because I have an invitation by email. So,
thanks for that, Roddy. It might be that they don't need the funding anymore because the government to come to the party for them. So you're happy if we let this lie until they come to speak to it?
I think to give them their chance that they can come and speak to
Okay. So move Roddy, second Amy. Support. Against. So the next application has been withdrawn from business pay here, and then we move on to Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $5,000 plus GST applicable paid from the board's community fund account to business pay here for the Pay Here Christmas Parade 2023. Do I have a mover? Bruce, thank you. Seconder, Jane, thank you. Any discussion around that? Stick to that. Get to the vote. All those in support? Against? The next one, Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves the sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable to be made from the board's community fund account to SMC events for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Sanitarium Wheatbix Kids Try Challenge. Do I have a mover? Bruce? Carlos, do you have on the table? Discussion around this one? You might recall last time they applied, I actually spoke against the application, knowing historically how the event had been run up at Waitangi successfully many years by intergenerational families coming en masse from all over the district to actually participate in the sanitarium. So the fact that they've taken it into and it's only certain schools has changed dynamics of the way in which the whole thing operates and the way in which community accepts the event and the openness of it, bearing in mind it's now held at schools. So while I support things, openly support anything involving children, I feel that this has morphed into something that the 3 boys and you all pay for it and run it in the schools and was never happy the way they changed it. The fact that they were a little off budget is probably irrelevant, but open for discussion.
And there's no quotes or anything? Absolutely.
It's just a 200 page.
Yeah, it's not really giving us
It's very slightly styled. I guess, I noted I was looking for our acknowledgement from the previous event, page 122, in the additional information was our community board logo along with the other 2. So it's kind of like we've just been lumped together as one district by themselves as sports and all felt.
Like my concerns with it are that like for it to be called the Sanitarium Weepics Tribe, so like they for lead branding you get 10 grand and for 5 grand we really do. But then I guess my other thought around that, which is sort of associated with this, but maybe a bit of a wider issue, is perhaps as a board we could consider maybe investing in some large flag or something like that that we can bring out to events like this to give us more visibility. Like, I don't know if that's something that...
Through the chair, you did have a large flag.
Really?
Where was it? Someone talked about that flag the other day.
Where is it?
We used to take them around that.
The one issue that we do have within council lending out equipment is getting it back.
And health and safety.
Where one last person may have to find it. Yeah, I think Wayne had it last, but
I'm not even sure Wayne Hunks is not here.
So while yes, it is an idea, it's not an easily manageable idea to be able to lend out.
But all that being said, I mean, I still support it.
Madam Chair, I do struggle with it because one, Sanitarium had like 100 weeks there by actions, but I remember from last time they approached us, they had 9 assets, balance sheet. Seemed a little bit.
But this is a branding exercise.
This is a branding exercise.
Yeah.
And I did wonder whether they should find some more corporate sponsors. Because it is a branding exercise. That's my concern with it.
My other concern
And the
was
minimal
the
schools. The minimal schools,
Yeah.
how did they pick them?
Yes, exactly. They have to transport. It's at one school, like they invite different schools and they have to be transported. That's quite silly.
So this one, I think last time I voted against it. And then I remember council court saying that if we don't give them the money, they might not bring it. I think they will just.
It was the first time they had done it in schools. Yeah. They got $5,000.
Oh, sorry, the branding, it's probably less likely sanitarium find other branding because they would have to share that naming rights or those branding rights. So it's probably not that they would go and find another sponsor, but just cover the costs themselves anyway. So.
Any further discussion around this? Sorry, Bruce, you speak up.
I think we should share that agreement.
Are you foreshadowing?
We have got rules.
I mean, regardless, it would be a cap of 600.
Same amount. 5,000 from each.
So,
Are you foreshadowing an amendment? Yeah. You want to? Three. Second of the process amendment.
Yeah, do we?
sorry,
So as you move
chair.
to second,
The chair, yeah. Bruce and Tyler. Seconded it.
yeah, I'm right with that.
You're right with three. Any discussion around that? Just the
Clarification. Honestly, I lost the will to live reading this one, and I really wondered why they submitted all of this. Just someone refresh my memory, because on that page, is that the school? Can you see that? Is that the schools that are
Which page are
currently
you there?
that are currently they're not numbered, but it says in here.
Oramahoe School.
Oramahoe School. These are the ones from last time.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. That's why I asked which schools.
So which ones are
Well,
we
he's
covering?
working with school and now decide. He said he hadn't selected the schools until they know they've got the funding. Is that correct? So they can go to the schools to tell them they've got funding.
Because last time there was only one school in Tuku for 150 kids that was picked. 573 kids from the Islands-Whangaroa ward and 357 kids from this ward. And I think the funding needs to be proportionate to the number of children that the ratepayers from each ward are supporting. And without that information, I'm in a bit of a catch-22. And I just wondered if I was missing something.
No, that's why I asked about, could you, if you had more money, would you do more?
I think the answer to that is no. So if you look at how the challenge is set up, the exact same challenge gets set up if you've got 150 kids to 600 children. So they still get the thing. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find what the events are. So the cargo port, bouncy lane, the school activity, the agility alley. So all that stays the same no matter how many children attend on the day. What does change, however, is how many T-shirts they need to produce, how many metals. And I tend to think they just do, because it's a nationwide, they're just like, right, 10,000 kids, we're pumping out 10,000 T-shirts and medals, even if we don't have all 10,000 children attend. So the event itself doesn't actually change based on how many children from your area attend necessarily. Sorry.
And there's no guarantees around how many kids.
I do think we need to send a message that if you're going to come to this ward and ask for the ratepayers to fund you, we want some guarantee that X amount of children, plenty of deprived communities and that would really benefit from this opportunity being put in front of children. And I just don't get that. I wonder if that's reflected in why Tuku and Kaikoura gave very well.
Changed this so much from when it was an open air being held by taking just on the main arena there. It's massive and the atmosphere is
completely different challenge. Yeah, but it's maybe more
and younger children.
Essentially, we're funding Weet-Bix T-shirts.
Yeah, we like backpacks and certificates.
Yes.
A
We're
lot of
funding their branding, but it also ensures that the kids get.
Like all kids from the schools and that.
definitely not. They don't even all get invited.
And that was the thing.
And then, as Amy said, like maybe more got invited, but potentially schools were booked on that day or couldn't afford to send buses or. They're not feeling comfortable funding buses yet kids to get around.
Right, I'm here again. Okay, so I have 3,000 moved by Bruce, seconded by Tyler. So I'm going to test it was accepted the vote. All those in support? Against? So that's lost.
Sorry,
I just altered the amount because the mover and seconder.
yeah, it wasn't, yeah. The original mover and seconder had agreed to the $3,000 change, so it wasn't an amendment, they don't need to go back to the original. Although I just did point of clarity, want to say that when we do use that option to ask the original mover and the seconder if they agree to that change, then the debate is meant to cease, and then it goes to the vote, and then. So if you did want to place an amendment to carry on the debate, that should be the way that.
Okay, moving on, application E, approve the sum of $5,000 plus GST. Yes.
Normally apply.
Oh, okay, and
For the pretty,
Anne's abstaining.
pretty. That one. I know you're right. I know you're
Are you
right.
referring to Wainui Marae? Yeah.
Not the kids.
Like the weakness. Gosh. Approve the sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Wainui Marae for costs towards hosting the 40th tournament. Bruce. Seconder Roddy. Thank you, Pat. Discussion around this?
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of confused on that. Actually, I would believe it paid for it. Wasn't my mate. So, otherwise, it's almost to lose a Wednesday. And so obviously you do a first.
Madam Chair,
Hi.
I would like to foreshadow the amendment. They've asked for 5,800. 50% of the costs are actually 5,500 dollars. I would like to give them a bit more than. $5,528. Get closer to what they've asked for.
What's that made up of?
That's 50% of what they.
So you've got 5,500. 5,508. We don't do
So we
cents.
got 29.
Okay.
29.
You okay with that, Catherine?
I'm completely fine with that.
The reason for that is that although this Marae does benefit from getting the assets, it is a massive, it has thousands of kids coming. I checked out their Facebook page and, you know, it's really cool. Yeah, we can give them an extra $500.
That brings fun over from all over the place.
But if we can give them an extra $500, I'd like to do that, please.
Would you like to speak again? Bruce, if you're happy to up it to $5,529. I don't indicate this.
Yes, we just, yeah.
5530.
5530, so I can't look at the one. Give it out of my pocket.
I'm happy with that.
5,530, moved Bruce, seconded Roddy. You happy with that?
Yeah.
I'm about to put that, you want to speak?
Considering what the event is and, you know, and how many marae are involved, and of course, like you said, and seeing what it is about anyone can turn up and being part of it. And so, I liken it to what we supported when we had America. It's showcasing who Whangaroa is and being inclusive of everyone, by all means.
It is the 40th anniversary as well. No further discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in support? Against? Abstained. And our final application, approve the sum of $4,083 plus GST applicable paid from the to grant Board's Community Fund account to Waipapa Hall for the purchase and installation of 2 heat pumps for the Waipapa. Do I have a mover?
I was waiting for you.
I'll second that.
Discussion around this, we had a presentation that came and spoke to us. Anne.
While they don't pay the panel, that seems to be an economy.
I think us on the whole committee, then this might be bringing it up.
Because they don't pay the panel, I'm concerned that the equipment could be turned on and left.
That's what happens, it does happen.
And the Farmers District Council could end up having a multi-$1,000 power bill. So I do think that we need some writing instruction that there needs to be a policy in place for equipment turned off when users vacate.
Yes. The other heaters that are currently set up all are on time switches. So we could maybe, and when we funding, if we funding, say, you know, on the proviso that they have those same switches put in place.
Just throwing this in there, a lot of heat pumps these days have Wi-Fi enablement so that you can turn them on using your phone and have one on the phone. So it might pay that, and it's only like an extra $100 on heat pump. So they may be able to get an app for the hall committee to monitor.
I don't think that's fine. I don't think they have.
Probably not. And also there are a lot of older groups using.
Yeah, the hall committee can monitor if the heat pump is on or not off without being in the hall. If there's Wi-Fi enabled.
You can follow that up, and I mean, ideally, if they were paying the power themselves, they would get a weekly usage, which in my case comes to me and I forward it to the chairperson of the committee. And straight away they can see when the heat pump, so the chairperson and the bookings person get a copy of that, straight away they can see whether the pump was left on or the aircon was left on, which it regularly is. And they contact that user group, and in some instances they've offered to pay a bit more for power, or somebody has been nominated in the user group to ensure that it's turned on and off when they walk in and out of the hall. And that works because if they feel that they're going to be hit with a higher rental or user charge as regular users, they pay more attention to turning it on.
So I think there's a number of tools, but I don't think that. So I would like to approve, I would like to say that you must have a policy to ensure that they only use those supplies. Sure that we use a safe tool. Very simple, and leave it up to them to decide.
Nobody.
I've also got plenty of room to move, I think, on user recent to pay for the power.
So after one. In place a policy to ensure that slash air is summer with air conditioner. Is it only you? Is it Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approved the sum of $4,083 plus GST if applicable, paid from the board's community grant fund account to Waikato Community, purchase and installation of heat pumps for the Waikato, and that the whole committee put in place a policy to ensure that the heat pumps, air conditioning units are only used when the hall is occupied to meet the following outcomes. Moved by Tyler, seconded by Jane. All those in support? Against? Carried. Thank you. We move on to item 8.1, page 105. Information report. Oh, we have. Right, item 7.10. Recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the project report received from A, Bay of Islands Walking and Walkways Trust, B, Kitty Kitty Theatre Co. and District Mr. Fox, C, Play Your Christmas Parade 2022, and D, Weet-Bix Try Challenge in Schools. Do I have a mover? Amy, thank you. Seconder, Tyler, thanks. Any discussion around this report? I just wanted to note the Bay of Islands Walking Walkways Trust, the fabulous community board acknowledgement of their signage. I don't think I've ever seen, 5 years of funding communities, I haven't seen such amazing additional information. The signage was just fantastic. So thanks to your community. Jane, if you could pass that on.
I'll let William know. He'll be. Yes.
Yes, the Bay of Islands Walking and Walkways Trust. Likewise, I'm looking for acknowledgements here. Not likewise, the Kitty Kitty Theatre Company added special thanks to us on their show program and every ticket that the purchase received. So that was good to note. This parade you were noted. I think it's really important that you get acknowledgement. So aware of what actually supported. The SMC, again, I wasn't terribly those bronze certificates that the children got, and we had find one on the main sign, but really it appeared very legible to me. And anything, comments on those reports? Moved Amy, seconded by those in support. Carried. Now we're on to item 8.1. Report that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community receives an title statement of Whangaroa community fund account at 30. Thank you. It's myself. And
Discussions and options, Madam Chair. The second centre. Recent amendment to the community grant fund allows the community to allocate by resolution funding directly to key projects identified in the maximum amount of $1,000 financial year. Sorry, I gabbled that. That apply to the Christmas parade in relation to my concern that was raised this morning, or is this a
I believe that's more infrastructure related. The intent of that?
So through the chair, that's not actually a recent amendment, as far as I know, that's been in the community grants policy till the since it came out.
2016.
Yes, previously, it's not just infrastructure, it's any project in your strategic plan that you can direct allocate up to $2,000. As long as they are key projects identified.
So for example, if some art progress and got plan and then they like 20 grand to do this
and it's in your strategic plan.
Otherwise they just come through like a normal application.
And also not to forget that 5% budget reallocation to if you just needed to top it up as well.
To the query, Catherine, around names not here, but I did have correspondence in relation to the Rangatahi Residents Association on page. I know, the
CCT. That was supposed to be as big a size as it was. They said yes, we'll get back to you, and then no, had nothing. So I was looking at that today, and I'm at the stage where next month I'm planning on putting it back to you and going rescind the reallocation because they're really not organised enough to be able to do anything on it at this time.
That was my only outstanding query concerned about.
And I have confirmed that Laurel is the one dealing with the Kawakawa community plan, and I have asked her to give me as soon as possible.
Excellent, thank you.
Challenge working out who was responsible.
Oh, excellent.
I have a query on the unused funds from the Rakitai here for the unused. It happened 3 months ago. I'm surprised they haven't uplifted.
Sometimes these things once.
Has used it, she just haven't had it. Right, so I do chase her periodically.
She's a busy lady.
Yes,
she's a doer.
Yeah,
she's a doer.
I know that.
She's a doer.
Everyone knows Shell, she will do it.
She's a doer. It was great to see the photographs of the video. That was awesome.
Okay. Queries, move myself, seconded Bruce. I'll put that to a vote, all those in support. Against, carried. Action sheet. Islands-Whangaroa Community Board received the report of Islands-Whangaroa Community Action sheet update. Jane, thank you. Sign that we're doing really well. I don't see much on here. Always a good sign. Particularly to staff. Ben.
To the third item, in relation to Purified Health, states that Wormwood has been contracted to undertake the BWOF inspection. This dated May.
I believe that was done through Darren, but he's left, so. I mean, have they met since?
Maybe tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, okay. That was done.
I was supposed to meet with Darren, but
So, you have a replacement for Darren? No, we don't. So, assurance, can we go?
Everything tomorrow.
Through the chair and.
Wipe up a horse, great,
Just saying.
And look, this isn't going to be a short-term project.
No.
This is going to be a very long-term project. There's no budget for the work or the outcome or whatever needs to take place. There's 7 strategies that this project would fit under, like the facility strategy that's been brought up previously in different areas. Well, yes, we would like to be able to progress and make it as easy as possible. It's just not going to be an easy process, and it's especially not going to be easy currently.
So Amy's got the explaining that, and I think you're working with a really users, yeah, who will understand the situation. Thinking that no one's going to be, the building will be such time as we can find suitable premises for them.
How many youth group?
30.
30 different. 30.
And some of them will be time. Going to take quite a bit of time, but it will be.
Can I come back to my question? Sorry, I'm not prepared. We're on certificate part of the fee. It's critical. Yeah. You need to make sure that premise appropriate systems in place. Get people out. So can we get someone?
I thought Darren had told me it had been done, but we need to be.
Can you check on the wall when you go tomorrow? Yeah, the certificate should be updated. It's been done.
Yeah.
God forbid a building falls on fire and have systems in place that get
quite right, Jen, because at the end of the day we know the kiln is there.
We would have an invoice able to. Doesn't in the past.
They should have to display the certificate.
Yeah,
But it may not have been done.
Yeah, but yeah.
I've also messaged our asset manager.
Okay, and for 5 years, by site meetings, Jane?
No, I'm trying to get Richard and Kimberly helping me organise. I don't believe that the facilities department has been let Graham going.
One page in each, it will move monthly, Big Graham, and I think Graham's absence will start in
So there's just two things going on. There's one was like a meeting about the long-term future, which is part of that. 2, they need to examine the walkway to satisfy themselves that they can speak and spoke yards and use that.
That will be the engineer's decision, I assume.
No, they just need to. The slippers.
Takes to inspect it, to inspect it, like they can keep that first part of it.
My
My concern is at the moment, the signage says road closed, up closed, at the entrance of the hall.
Yeah.
Have a huge amount of the community that reserved.
Yes.
And so I want the signage to be clear that it's closed from the other side of the boatyard. You want to walk down there and come back again the morning. There and go up that way, which has been cleared and is quite accessible. And so that's what I've been.
Right, anything else on here? Actions. Moved Bruce, seconded Jane. All those in support? Carried. That is the end of our formal business for today. Anything that we need to I'll just
Kia tau, kia tau, e ngoi tātou. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa. Atu vai o tuka, ariki I. Arahoa o kia. Ina tātou. Waru tātou. Apia.
now stop.
Katie.
Thanks, Oscar.
Oh, gosh. Right into the. Sure.
Depends.
Sorry.
Yep, thank you, Harley. That's the end of the live stream. Thank you so very much.